Welcome in. Good morning and happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Good to see you all. Also, Ryuga, first time chatting. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And Simply Stephanie, thank you for that lurky hello. Welcome in the stream as well. Metal Spider, Bray Jared, Squid James. Good to see all of you this morning. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Ugh. By the way, we hit this yesterday, but I'm gonna say it now because I didn't say it yesterday. Thank you all for over 900 followers. Holy moly, y'all are crazy. Thank you so much. That is amazing. You guys are amazing. Without you guys, none of this would have been possible. So thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes. Now to 1,000. And we can get to, if we can get to 1,000, like I've said, I've promised a karaoke stream for 1,000. I have. So keep that in mind. Karaoke stream will be happening. 900 Twitch followers? That's nuts. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. Maddie, welcome in. Good to see ya. Hello, hello. So how is everybody's Tuesday so far? Hope it's going well. Whether it just started for you or you've been through your Tuesday has been going on. I know for some of you it is Tuesday night or Tuesday evening. So either way, how's the day going? That's the long and short of it. Ooh. My allergies are acting something fierce today. Allergies are acting fierce. Who's the little dude on the left? Oh, him? This is Ash. If you look in the channel point redeems, Ash, there is an ability where you can make Ash, have Ash deliver your message to me, and he will read it out loud to me. Ash is my Shade Squire. He is my little Shade Squire. Drawn by the wonderful Grima Studios, who I don't know if he's in chat right now. He might be running a little late. Either way, I am looking forward to today. I got called to see a psychologist in training tomorrow for my anxiety. Oh, I see. I see. Hopefully there will be some way to help with that there, Squid James. Make it more tolerable. Ads! I'm sorry. I know that ads are a pain. But I appreciate y'all that watch them nonetheless because it supports me, and I appreciate that. Ah. My mosquito bites are still itchy. I don't get ads from Twitch nowadays for some reason. It's because you're a subscriber, Maddie. Subscribers don't get ads. Ow. Oh, Squid James, all I said was I hope that it'll make it easier for you to deal with your anxiety, whatever goes on with the psychologist. Yeah, but I don't like, but like I don't even get them from any other channels. that I'm not even subbed yet. Huh. Strange. Twitch just likes you, apparently. Twitch just really likes you, apparently. Yeah. There he is! Hey, Grima! Welcome in. Someone was asking about Ash and we were talking about you. All good things, all good things. Sorry I'm late, I was taking a shower. Oh no! Shower is more important. I'm glad you got your shower. I'm glad you got your shower. Although that sounds pretty good. I might take a shower after stream. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I just came from the shower too. Goodness! Now I'll definitely want to take a shower after stream. Goodness. Multiple people saying showers are good. Hey, so what's up? No, we were just talking about Ash. Someone was asking about Ash. And then we mentioned, hey, drawn by the wonderful Grima Studio. But you weren't in chat yet, so we were like, oh, where is he? Where is he? Where'd he go? But you were here. Alright, Squid James. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay sharp! Alrighty. It's about that time, though. It's about that time. Hey, Omega Rock. Welcome in. Good to see ya. Welcome to stream. Let's go ahead and get into this. It's about that time. Bum, bum, bum. I love this music, though. This music is so good. Alright, hold on. Let me switch screens here. Okay. As per usual, we gotta do the head bop. Because this game is just too good. The music is just so fantastic. This opening theme always gets me. I'm just like, I need to bop my head to it. Come on. It's so good. All right. Let's continue. We are on episode 4, the second part of the trial. And we were where we left off. We are currently in the middle of a testimony at the moment. Yep. We are currently in the middle of Raleigh and Patricia's testimony here. And from where we left off, they had some interesting things to say. Yeah, we're back with this nonsense. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Alright.
Hold it!
Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I could swear that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett house.
Guardian Angel, welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for joining us.
So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, Why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, what's she doing?
Oh no. Really? You're pulling this again from last time, Patricia? Really?
Please? Just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my...
Oh no! We're pulling this card! Oh, no, 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 no. We're pulling this card? Oh. Yikes.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
Uh-huh. Then why are you making it such a point to bring that up, sweetheart?
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
Yeah. There was no such thing.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Something times the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a police wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Oh, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Boy, oh boy, she's a piece of work. She's a bit of a piece of work, this woman. This is a new statement, though.
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
You can call me LJ. I'm a big fan of your VA videos. My favorites would be Jiro and Nejire. I'm glad that you enjoy them, LJ. Welcome to the stream, and I hope that you enjoy.
Hold it! Mrs. B, no one is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene.
Ah.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Something not right?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Want to speak up?
Constable B, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. Huh? You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with his filings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes. How romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Huh? Ah! Oh, yes.
Raleigh, you sure you don't want to say something there, buddy?
But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable B looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just
I'm
mentioned.
thirsty.
Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Hydration. Hey, Lyra. How we doing? Good to see ya. We'll have a shout out for our friend Lyra's Adventure. Awesome friend of stream. Go check him out if you get the chance. She's super awesome. Plays lots of cool games. Go check her out. The sea elf has graced us with her presence. Indeed, indeed. Popping in before chaos starts. How's the court case today? We just started and it's already a mess. It's already a mess. More so than it was the last time. We know that there's a police officer that's hiding something from us. But we don't know what exactly. We just got some new information about a wedding anniversary bouquet though. So, we're digging into that.
I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Well, I'd love to.
And Van Zeeks is silent. He stands there solemnly like a statue. He has nothing to say. Uh-oh. Lyra? Lyra, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Raleigh knows something she's not telling us. I just need to grab more water. Got it. Got it. Alright, let's see.
And the sea elf found a new love interest. Cough, cough.
I mean, I don't blame her. He's pretty cool. And intimidating. And, attractive. Oh, goodness. She has Flello. She doesn't need another one. Are these a couple? They're so cute. I agree that they're cute, but again, I'll say this the same as I said the last time. Something just doesn't seem right. I feel like something's off.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me. I've gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't.
He speaks once.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter you spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose.
Oh! Yes, that's it!
That's hardly a bouquet, sweetheart. That is a rose. That is a single rose, sweetheart.
That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by that flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garradeb household. In front of the Garradeb's house?
Yeah, he is Lord Van Zeeks. He is called Lord Van Zeeks. Uh-oh. What can I say but love is blind? I mean, sometimes. Oh, excuse me.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have a bang now, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
And the bouquet is added. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband Raleigh. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
Goodness gracious. Well, now this stain, the poor man getting yanked by the scarf. Yeah, that's kind of happens a lot in this. But now that we have known this, something strange presents itself. Nothing strange to report. Nothing strange to report. Really? They have matching scarves. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right.
Objection.
You didn't notice that the bouquet went missing?
You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, You explained to the court.
Why does this dude have a katana in the courtroom? It's a memento of a friend we lost in the very beginning of this game. Kazuma. Also, it was quite a normal custom for during the early, not Kazuha, Kazuma. His name is Kazuma. Well, was Kazuma, not Kazuha. This is the early 20th century. Panhead. This was the early 20th century. It's not like he's gonna use the sword in court. It's still sheathed. He's not going to use it. Rules don't apply in the court. Apparently not. And when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that mere bouquet, if a single sorry blossom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Okay, Von Zeeks, that was a little harsh. That was a little mean. Mika?
But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beach swore that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me! It had nothing to do with the case! That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure!
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beats' bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hands. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says! Twittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Garadeb's come around.
Oh yeah, she's awake now. She passed out at the end of last stream.
You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle, yet compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
There's only one person I could think of. Only one person I could think of. That have a good reason to. Alright. I think that it's Raleigh Beat. Here we go.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Raleigh Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. That 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up! It's all nonsense! It's all lies! What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it!
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh! And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah! Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Your claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right! He's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all! So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense!
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Hey, Sensei! Welcome in. Good to see ya. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Perhaps we have. Perhaps we have.
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord.
Deep breath, Ryunosuke. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the scene of the crime was to hide. It was to hide where the victim fell! Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Uh-oh. Time to pull out the big guns.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Right here. Right here. This is the only place it could have taken place. And then the crime scene was swapped around.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadev's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, it's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary! But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
This is the earliest 20th century, Lyra. Fingerprinting did not exist at this point in time.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Triple checking. Oh, goodness.
Which is why it was only on the bouquet. That was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Raleigh Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, for crying out loud!
Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything. Come out. Everything. Exposed. Huh? Uh-oh. Only it seemed. It wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Raleigh, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
Ah! A metal pipe. There's your evidence. There's the evidence. It's a metal pipe. Oh no.
Nice. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
I've got an idea. I know what it is. It's the bouquet. It was his anniversary. He didn't want to get stuck with investigating a crime on his anniversary. As horrible as it is moving a crime scene, the sentiment is there. I understand.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beats in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary!
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
Thank you, Lyra. Appreciate it.
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Oh.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
Yeah.
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat! The criminal could be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, I just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Constable.
I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Raleigh.
Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. See, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise my Raleigh would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Raleigh! That was all my fault! I should never have dropped it in such a dark place! So sorry, Raleigh!
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting.
A book entitled The Lion's Pride that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witness. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir!
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. Because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say he's gonna keep his job? Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Okay, Zeeks. All right. Hold on. All right. Okay then.
Sir!
Okay.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts there. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Are we sure about that?
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Oh, let's go! Okay. Van Zieks just rose up list in popularity. Let's go! Alright, Van Zieks. That's how you can tell when someone is a good prosecutor. They don't ignore the truth.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Alright. Well, there's only one other person. Mrs. Joan Garadeb. No worries, Dark. Welcome in.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad? Toad? How dare you? How dare you call him a toad? How dare you?
Ooh. At the time of the incident,
thirsty.
you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb.
Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, Panhead, be nice.
In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited.
TBH, how awkward would it be to be called into jury duty of a case you might be involved in? Ooh, that would be, whew. Or maybe she did it on purpose. Maybe she did it on purpose. Who knows?
And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Perhaps, yeah, you get me, Lyra, you get me.
Well, what of it?
Threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Basically, Constable Beat moved the entire scene of the crime to the opposite side of the road so that he wouldn't be a part of the investigation, so that he could still go to his dinner with his wife. I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh? No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Ooh! Zeeks! You... Oh! Let's go!
Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife matter, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common old garden knife! It could have come from anywhere! We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garadeb.
Morally gray! I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought of that I'd actually injured someone. Do you hear me? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on it being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo?
if I had some evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. And take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
He knows the truth! He knows it's the truth! That's why he's not objecting! He
Yeah,
knows it's the
Zeeks
truth!
leans towards the truth.
Let's Let's go!
I'm thirsty.
Thanks for the hydrate.
Thank you, Lord Banzix.
I'm going to have to testify.
You're a number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadep. And mark my words, in this court of law today we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
Ooh, this theme! This music!
Eee. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually
Arya is
feels
slightly
real.
simping for Prosecutor Vampire Boots, and Lyra have found a new morally gray man. Huzzah.
I mean, come on! A new perspective.
I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Alright, before I get too excited, I'm gonna have to save and then take my first break here real quick. Because, oh boy! This is about to get nuts. I can tell. Oh boy! Alrighty, I'm gonna take my first break real quick. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, everybody. I will return shortly. BRB!
Let's do this. We gotta go over here. ER is what you want for Lisa. Energy recharge is on several of the artifacts I have on her, which is really good. So yes. We'll deal with it. If she dies... Is that Hilichurl just floating on thin air? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, I can't do that. I can't. That Hilichurl is just floating. What the heck? Is that a bug? Oh no, there's a wall there. An invisible wall. Wow. That is amazing. That is really cool.
This is actually rather good. What's wrong? A worm?
Nothing. Can't taste a thing.
Uh-oh. Well,
We learned what we need to. Let's look for that cave.
that's really sad. Velvet has no taste anymore. Oh. No sense of taste, I mean. Ah! Wow. Words are important.
Are you high? This girl, she really is high up in this picture.
Nice censorship, Your Honor! Nice censorship! What? Nice censorship, Your Honor! Jeez!
What? There we go. Mulan is one of my favorite Disney characters, but I think another one is Elsa. But from my childhood, I really have to say that... Are you kidding me? What the... Why? Why? wanted to put it down to stand on it so I could get up the ladder. Why? Why? Dang it. And now I can't get up there. Wah. I don't know how that happened, Bennett. There we go.
It's great you're teaming up with Arya because she will never give you up, never let you down, never run around or desert you. Never gonna say goodbye, never gonna let you cry, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Was that
Milk's
Marsh?
on you, I love that song.
Was that Alolan Marshadow that said that? So many voice lines at the same time, indeed. Oh, good one,
Fly
Eisen.
away, little birdie. Far away.
No. Anyway, moving on. Very, very good. Very good. Oh, shoot.
Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream, and I'm glad that it's gone well for so far. Had a couple of little hiccups with audio and mic at the beginning, but we got it figured out. Oh, I got a gold star bream. Wow.
Oh, got a jade from a chest.
Nice. Got my picks for music, but I got some options. Nice.
Oh, there he is. No, wait. Come back. I want to say hello.
Whoa. And now we have a child. Got a little dicey, but we got it.
Why? Why would they do such a thing to us? We're finished. Hellawes is no more.
Curse you. Curse you.
Oh boy, and the moment when we first got Laphicet, that felt like so long ago now. That's insane. But I am back, and we're ready to continue. Alright. Time to get into this case. Feeling old yet? Ha 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 ha. Maybe.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh.
I'm thirsty.
Really? A hydrate? I just started speaking!
Yes, my name is Joan Garrideb, and I'm a juror, and such like. It sounds like even so she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord!
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dearie me.
Enough, Jody. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John! Oh! And the husband arrives! What's up, Mr. Garrideb? Hi! What are you doing here? Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting. Bring your popcorn for the drama, indeed.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify myself, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers.
Ugh, that's a tongue twister to say.
Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life as it were. The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Yes, sir. At once.
Try saying he puts his pipe on the plate.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 of them went missing, I'm afraid. If that volley thing in the victim's back really is one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Mouthful. Oh gosh.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeke's may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
And Van Zeeks knows it too.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
All right. Hold on. I think it was the third statement that got me confused. Let's see. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could throw at him. Care to elaborate more on that, Adam?
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time. Thanks, Lyra! It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that?
These two! Oh, gosh. Mind readers you are. Mind readers you are.
So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, and... Wait a minute! Hello? Wait a minute! Have something to say, sir? Do you have something to say?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot! Sorry. I beg your pardon? Your wife's remark just now brings something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. Dang! The fire poker?! Wow! This woman is fierce! Fierce! And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bullet. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this thing. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught.
Oh, there's tape on it. There's a bandage on it, holding it in place.
Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Huh. You all want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account.
That could be important.
The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to integrate yourselves with a young lady.
Oh, come on, woman. Chill. Susato is doing her job.
Jeez. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Then let's do that. Let's take a look at this area here.
It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying out to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadev's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadev, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that or he can't afford to replace it.
Oh, there's a chip!
Hold on. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something is stuck there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be.
The fragment of metal. This small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garadev's pipe.
There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new.
Yeah. It's new. But now, let's check something. Let's check the jackknife again. Open it up and see if that tip matches. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. Remember this?
Ah! That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my! It's a perfect fit!
Somehow, I just knew it.
Oh, and there it is! It's the exact tip of the knife. Alright.
Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garredeb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
So she did throw a knife, or... Considering that the piece was in your pipe, sir, I think we've got some proof. I think we've got some proof now, sir. So she threw the knife and it must have hit something before it hit the victim. Maybe.
Objection!
Mr. Garredeb, could I ask you to take a look at this, please? Can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Dead back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does. Dearing me, it's rather wearing being asked out every other letter and every other word.
Must be very dussy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel?
Oh gosh, Hybrid.
Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case?
That would be the jackknife, Your Honor.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garredeb's pipe.
Ah!
Whoa! Hit! He got hit! Oh! Oh! Good grief! Lord Van Zieks? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh!
Zeeks, my heart!
Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle! So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I have this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garredeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garredeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garredeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet there is no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garredeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh! Oh dear! Oh! No!
Objection!
Uh-oh. 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 A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. As you see...
Boot! Hi!
It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah!
That's right! You silly little man!
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Ah! Order! Order!
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
He's lost for words, look!
I knew it.
I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If the theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
No, it's not over.
We're so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency.
Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Ah!
Hi, Aiden.
Miss Susato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my new police friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance to your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Not quite. Not quite. We ain't done.
This consistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test!
The dialogues are so good in this game.
Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way they could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
The book. The book? The book fell on her head first, knocking her out. And when the knife fell, it lodged in her back. Take that!
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene, is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garudep's book? Yes, and to understand its
Pursuit! Ah, I'm sorry, I'm jamming to the Pursuit theme real quick. Ah, this music! Yeah! Yeah! It's so dang good!
And to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
Oh!
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
So it didn't knock her out, but she bent over to pick up the book, and it lodged in her back then. Oh, okay.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, and all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. What do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book.
Oh!
The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. Though there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicion. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear,
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Whoa!
He's trying his best! Oh! Oh. Despite his bad knee, he still tries.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garradeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
Oh, that's good.
Strange. Been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news. Oh, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. Came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes. Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes. Poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books just like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In conclusion, this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old queen while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. There we go.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
And there we go. It's over.
Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
Woo! It's over! It's finally over! Ah!
And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. I hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. May you never again brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I'll never step foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, Counsel. Court is adjourned.
Woo! 20th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey.
After
defendant's
all that the
answer.
lady is alive and
Thank
near
you
well,
for the hydrate.
I was ready to quote The Undertaker, "He ain't dead, you idiot." If they keep thinking she really was.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, Lockham. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Lockham here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original Lockham student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Hearty, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am so pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Lockham, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal Lockham lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, Lockham lawyer, gave me my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
Ah! Hi, Sholmes. Gosh dang it, you startled me. Hi.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh?
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah! It's you! Airlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or in that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming. Yeah, charming.
This is all your fault, Airlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You are the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
Where did these pearls of wisdom come from, Sholmes? Did your brain cells rub together?
I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. There's no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten you know what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Really?
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? Mention something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Would be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for it with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my! An evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective office's attic! I'm too overcome by words! Oh, Susato! Oh, Susato! Adorable!
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Wonderful! And I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Lockham, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Lockham, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, the road with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 21B, Baker Street.
Alright. Oh. Well.
So this
is to be our new office. Yes.
our office? I'd rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Cosmo. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Whoa! The hat and coat has been removed! Whoa. Wow. All right then. All right then. Okay then, did not expect that. That. What? No, me? Pfft, no.
So gentlemanly.
Yay, maybe. Just a little bit more than I was expecting. Well, all right then. Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway, hi Joshua, welcome in. Anyways.
Mr. Sholmes. Thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruto, how does it feel? to have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and birth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Whoa, the serious expression? Whoa, that changed moods real quick.
Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruto, welcome to London.
Oh boy.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes spoke so casually. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
What? I'm sorry, what? Wow. Alright. Okay then. This next chapter is going to be deep. I can tell. This next chapter is going to be deep. Uh-oh. Pull up your big boy pants. We're getting into some intense stuff, it seems. On that note, I'm gonna take my break.
So what if the eccentric character we see of him is just an act to throw people off so he can hide the serious side of him? For his real investigations?
You know what? I have a theory regarding, you know, the logic and deductions show that he does? I wonder if he makes those blunders on purpose so that he can have someone else understand his real deductions. I wonder if that's the... Hey! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello! Rayo_10!
Incoming raid from Rayo_10 with 6 viewers.
Rayo, thank
Welcome.
you so much for the raid! Welcome into the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. What were you guys up to today? I hope you had a fantastic stream today. Welcome in. For those of you who are new, my name is Aria. I am a voiceover artist on YouTube, but I also stream over here on Twitch. As you can see, today we're playing The Great Ace Attorney. We just finished episode 4, and we just saved, and we were about to go on a break so that we could, before we start the next chapter. Hello, Rayo and Osuke. Osuke? Is that how you say your name? And Osuke, thank you so much for that follow as well, and welcome to the Shade Slayer Guild. Thank you so
joins
much.
the guild.
Rayo, how was your stream? What were you up to today? Hold on, let me give you a shout out real quick. Give you a shout out. What are you up to today? My viewers might be asleep from my very bad English. Very bad English? Oh, you were also playing the Ace Attorney Chronicles. Where are you at in Ace Attorney, The Great Ace Attorney? Are you in 1 or 2? Because I'm on 1 at the moment. We're about to start episode 5 in The Great Ace Attorney 1. We're on episode 5. We're on episode 5, 1 episode ahead. Yes! Awesome! I'm just about to get started on episode 5 after a quick break. Her English is fine, just being humble. Aww, that's sweet. Don't worry. Don't worry. English is a hard language. Learning any other language in general is hard. So if English is not your first language and you're speaking it well, that's an achievement. You're doing awesome. You're doing awesome, Rayo. And even for English speakers, English is hard. The amount of rules and things that go into learning English, even as an English fluent, is not great. It's hard to do sometimes. But anyways, Rayo, I thank you for coming into the stream today. I appreciate that so much. If you need to go, get some food, get some water, get some rest. Do what you need to do for your after stream care. But if you are planning to stick around, if anyone else from the raid is planning to stick around or lurk or just hang out for a bit, feel free to do so. I'm gonna take a break real quick. I will be right back in just a couple of minutes, and we will get started on episode 5. Oh, and Rayo, thank you for that follow so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Rayo_10 joins the guild.
Thank you so much for that follow, and welcome to the Shadeslayer Guild. Thank you both for those follows. Alrighty, I will be right back. I will take a quick break, and I will return shortly. BRB!
Are you going to devolve into a fungus?
What? How about no?
At least I'd be a fungus with empathy.
What is this? What is this?
Sorry for eavesdropping, but what happened to you guys? Are you in?
Whoa. And now we have a child. Got a little dicey, but we got it.
Why? Why would they do such a thing to us? We're finished! Hellevase is no more!
Curse you. Curse you. Such ghastly demons. The Abbey, no. Lord Artorias himself must be informed.
Thank you for gifting 50 tier 1 subs. Holy cow! That's a 50 sub bomb. What? Holy moly! Thank you. Thank you. What? Biohazard, thank you so much. Holy cow. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. To all 50 people that got a sub. Enjoy those perks and welcome to the Officer Shadeslayer group. Oh my goodness. Holy. Thank you.
Times, but it is really, really good experience. It's a wholesome community, and we hope that you're having a good time. That villain Arya voice, though. What? Is there something wrong with it? Oh. That hit me in the heart, lol. Oh, really? There's something... Goofy? Goofy, why do you have a recipe book in your fridge? What? Goofy! Why? Why do you have a recipe book in your fridge? I will never understand. Yes and no? Trimble, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Shadeslayer Guild. Blah, blah, blah. Words are hard.
Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. Probably the fever, but so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. that's so funny. Is she single? Oh my gosh. Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick.
Game sounds a bit loud. Whoa! Excuse me? Sorry, Professor, but I slept through the whole thing too. Professor, there's a metal pipe on my head! Professor! Something just hit me in the back of the head!
Why was that good timing? Someone clip that, please.
Professor, I have a concussion!
No! Don't Oh my gosh. Ah, that is an unforgettable moment. Anyways, I'm back.
Thirsty.
Thank you for the hydrate. I just refilled my water and took a sip from it. And you're already making me hydrate. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Alright.
Once there are sufficient records in the databank, the flow of individuals will link together seemingly
Hey, Dan
independent
Hung!
events.
Thank you for the Dan Hung line, Metal Spider. Boy. Here we are. On the last one. The adventure of the unspeakable story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Ooh. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. I can tell. Woo-hoo-hoo. Here we go. Start playing from the start of this episode? Yes, we will. Well, here we go.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles.
Boy. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. And it's Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one by that fateful telegram. Oh boy. Fateful telegram? Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking at the door by the telegram.
but after he'd gone, Chisato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Chisato-san?
Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today?
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she?
And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Huh? Let me see. What case is it today?
Here we go again.
Yeah, Chisato, what's gotten into you, sweetheart?
So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
A telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually,
What about the power of waiting?
What about the power of waking? I'm not sure about the power of waking. Don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times now she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand.
Alright, Saseki-san.
I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness.
Excuse me. Ah, I felt that one coming. Woo! Pardon me. Ugh.
But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well.
Is something wrong, Naruto-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London? That's all.
Goodness gracious. I am wheezing on my VODs now? What does that mean, Rayo? You mean, as regards Lord Van Zieks? The Reaper?
Yes. Can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into significance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London.
Even 2 months on, the case of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
I mean, like, people would really prefer to hear from a VA.
Oh, Rayo, really?
I've been doing VA stuff for quite a while, so I've had some practice, because this is... Practice makes perfect, in general. A nightmare we would rather to forget. Oh, McGilded. He was certainly a piece of work, wasn't he?
Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means...
that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps?
Even if that's the case, it's a little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, It would mean he wields the sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Oh? Yes.
Since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in this recent spate of trials then. Just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry? What was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind. Is it really nothing? Well, alright then. Let's head down to Sholmes' suite for now then. Alright. Morning, Bruno! Morning, Susie! Good morning, Iris.
Iris.
What is it, Bruno?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Well, it isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh. Whoa! What is with that disheveled look? Holy moly! I have never seen Sholmes that low. Like, ever. What? What in the world happened? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Good morning. Whoa! Buddy! Do you need to go lie down? Are you okay? Do you need to go lie down? Goodness gracious! Buddy! Are you okay? A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? Look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. What? What? What happened? Whoa! Damn this blanched existence! Whoa! Alright! Okay! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee, if it's not too much trouble.
A cat!
Oh look, it's Wagahai.
Good morning, boy. Hi, it's a kitty cat! Hi!
That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. How did it get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die.
Goodness, Sholmes! You need to get out of this slump, man.
Ah, I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholm's desk.
What is going on with him? What is happening?
You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melosana tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone. Gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. My words, Mr. Naruto. Goddess of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ah! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for?
Right now, he is very sad, boy. What is the world is going on? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Miss Usato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale in significance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now.
Sorry? It's at a windy bank?
No, Windibanks, the pawnbrokery. Pawn? What?
You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine! How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. Is it? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
Oh.
What's to understand exactly?
Yeah, what?
What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they'd go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fantastic lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see. Especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. I would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain.
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
Goodness gracious. Is that bad, huh? Yikes forever. The way that this is going, this is kind of nuts. Ooh. Well... Let's see what else is to do. Let's talk to Iris. Sholmes is going through heavy rain clouds, apparently. Indeed. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home, then. Oh, yes. And I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their muse is empty as the hearts of the muses.
If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to London, to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed? Observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. Oh gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It is very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap, rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
Really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Whoa!
Oh, what was that?
Bug eye?
Whoa, what's going on?
What was that?
Oh no! Bug-Eye's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear. Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than me, than I now.
Well, dang. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage.
Well, let's take a look.
So this is the violin, is it?
Very specific tool for a specific job, but okay then. Well, sometimes specific tools are required.
It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world. made by the renowned Italian Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. Until today, it's been my faithful companion in every Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate this blanched existence? No, there is none.
Mr. Sholmes?
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
What do you mean, Miss Susato?
Oh! Susie's right! Yes! The tone of the wood is completely different! And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
What? Whoa!
Sholmes just fell straight on the floor. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. What, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then?
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her.
I think that Sholmes may have been robbed. Or stolen, or mixed up. Or one of the three.
What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin... Sorry, this viola, I mean. Hey, Beat, welcome in. Was at Windibanks until last week. At the pawnbroker's?
Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved music partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
There, he looks back to himself. He looks much better. He looks way back to himself now. Yes, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hopes that they would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea.
Last week, I pawned my great anti-calyptoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. My ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say that. So, never trust a pawnbroker. They will always try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruto. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect. Pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Miss Susato. What a momentous delay. Without a moment's delay.
Yeah, he's back to normal now. Oh, thank goodness. That was so weird. I hope that that doesn't happen again. I disliked that a lot. Please don't do that again, Sholmes. Oh.
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your egg ever more obtusely? All right, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Runo. I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like.
All right, let's move. Let's head out to Baker Street. Don't want that to happen again because you love Sholmes. Well, it just feels so strange.
Well, at least he's feeling better. Nihilist Sholmes is quite the unexpected
Oh, yeah.
sight to see. Cough.
Yeah. Let's not. I hope we don't see that again. That is. Oh.
So this is a British pawnbroker.
Oh my. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Ah, Susato-san. And that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this.
Oh, yes. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes. And he's back in the coat and hat. He's got his coat and his hat back on.
We are calling on matter of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging by the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Oh yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruto, and it's time to inform Mr. Winterbank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot.
Hello, sir. Sholmes doing them bald bull style rolling jabs again. Uh-huh. Alright, let's talk to this guy. Mr. Winterbank.
Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, and it's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, and inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends.
Ah! No! Put it down! Put it down! Put that down! Ah! What the heck? Oh! Too far!
I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is." You did. And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine.
Sholmes just falls to the floor again! What is this? What is this? gun, please? Can we please stop the guy with the gun, please? Oh gosh. Ah! Put the gun down. Please put the gun down, please. It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition, now would you? Haha, I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh? Peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work. The novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such.
Oh my! A new fully-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean?
Ah, forgive me!
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more! Put the gun down! Please put the gun down, away from your head! Please! I must know more! Tell me everything!
Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of great value in it. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it would be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this?
He is silently ignoring this conversation.
I continue to pay your fee, why not? And kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you. On my life! This is all very strange.
You don't say.
Winterbank looks reminds me of Grossberg, but I don't think they are related unless something else proves it.
They could be related. You're not wrong, Megrock. I was getting Grossberg vibes as well.
I wonder, can I ask you something? Ah, gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6p for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, fam. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite. The design, exalted. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my! 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokers are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbag, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us it was our good day to die this morning.
Oh no!
And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device, which Mr. Winterbag has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Winterbag? What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. They are just two below the ceiling.
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to a sort of timing device.
Very astute. It's indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Ah, yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really, that's extraordinary.
Wow! Well done, Sholmes, well done!
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look!
So you see, for someone to enter the premise with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, dear madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress as of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery. No? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security comes at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Yeah, please put the gun down.
Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last!
We're exploring now? Okay, sure, why not? Okay, let's examine, I guess. Let's see. Let's just do some observations.
Okay, seriously, stop, Winterbank. Maybe someone take the gun away as well as any and all bullets so he doesn't get any ideas.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Ugh. Ugh is right.
Look at that enormous ledger on the counter there.
Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very peculiar about recording the items he accepts. You have to be. Otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Might explain the thing that catches my eye far at the end more than the ledger. This revolver. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windibank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size.
Oh! You don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. That's awful!
Oh my. But in any case, of course we'd never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Yeah, that's a little much.
There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windibank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windibank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. Why, how on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder!
And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery has ever burgled.
Look at this! Look at this lovely big shiny box bee!
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country.
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while?
Oh! Ah, what a sublime sound! It's like the music of angels.
I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside, on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness! What a simply delightful machine!
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
Indeed it does. Indeed it does.
What about the shelves? What an assortment of things there are on the shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. That music box design is kind of similar to the music box puzzle from Resident Evil 3. Cool. Huh. What? I feel like this should be said after our interesting conundrum. Please do not do what Whittlebank was trying to do. It is a very terrible thing and won't help anyone. Yes, please do not do that. Okay? Even if you would, like, yeah. Just that should be, it shouldn't need to be said, but yeah. Anyway,
those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the items for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale, at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on a loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit.
alright. What's this? Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? Fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Looking through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
All right then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once!
Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What the? I don't believe it! It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh.
There is a lot of science behind a stereoscope.
Look at this! Whatever could this be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah! There's a small catch chest here, look!
We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my! That's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this somewhere.
Maybe, perhaps.
Susato is like a kid in a candy store and it's adorable.
It is.
That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April. Day's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It's an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, you know it. The article is barely worth...
The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter.
Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh, yes! It's the young lady from Mr. McGilden's trial 2 months ago.
Gina Lestrade!
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
Captain Bennett! You lot! Hello, Mrs. Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Eh? What? You remember me then, do you?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel, coat, have you?
What is this black? What about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm mistaken. You wouldn't be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade module.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Thirsty.
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf.
Hold the other one! I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business! Go on or I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. It's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is this thing that he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you! Go on! Leave me alone! Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. You shan't be offended in the slightest.
Sata-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
Well, might as well talk with her, right? Well, oh shoot, I just realized we're at the past the 3-hour mark. Hold on, I'm gonna take my last break real quick. I will be right back. BRB!
1 and 2 from Sunhaven.
A joke about a steak is rare, but this one is well done. Oh!
I like it. I like it.
Wow.
Nice.
Well played.
Cleaning it up. It's alright, Shoto. Hey, Junko! Welcome in! Hope you're having an wow! Words. Hope you're having an amazing Thursday. Or Friday, or whatever time of day it is for you.
Happy for that. Alright, so. Rima is a guy. Yeah?
Yahoo!
Wait, what are you playing this on? PC?
Oh no. No! You did... Okay. Why? Why you do this? Why do you do this, Pink Slime? You ate one of my chickens! How dare you? You know what? I'm sorry. But you are banished. You are banished.
He's right there! You're right there! Freaking... This is it! This is it! Yes! Never again! Never again!
Finding your future self in here may prove a challenge. Okay, here we go.
Unless he finds you. Oh, there he is!
So you're...
It's good to finally meet you, Professor.
Hi!
Or
My
rather,
voice just
I suppose I should say it's nice to see you again. It's me, Luke Triton.
Hi. Hi.
Hello, Luke.
Hello. Yeah, water.
Who's calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? Ruh-roh! 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 Really, Your Honor? Really?
They're not live. So, anyways, thank you all chat so much for hanging out with us. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day.
Huh? What are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Lyra!
Open_Autoloon joins the guild.
Oh my god.
Get ready, nerd!
Why? Why?
Incoming
Why?
know, I had to
Raid
double check and make
adventure
sure she
with
was
20
live, you know?
viewers. Welcome.
Opal, thank you for the follow as well, and welcome to the Shade Slayer. Oh my gosh, and thank you for the one bit as well.
Autoloon cheer deck.
Thank you for gifting 50 tier 1 subs. Holy cow! That's a 50 sub bomb. What? Oh boy. Never gets old. That'll never get old as far as I know. Alright. We are here. Again. Let us talk to Gina Lestrade.
Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well I am alright. I'm a Londoner just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. Really? You get indignant for him thinking the idea when you actually do it? Really? You're not going to deny it either, Mrs. Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear! That thing belongs to me!
Disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this.
It does look like the one for the music box in the shop, doesn't it?
Look at Mr. Windibank, watching diligently over his shop. There are still so many things I'm curious about.
I don't believe this is a time for browsing, Mr. Naruhodo.
We should probably see whether that argument's been resolved yet, I suppose.
It does... Alright, here we go. Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of little bumps on its surface.
Ah, this is a music disc, you see? For use inside a music box. In a music box.
What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before. A small protrusion on the metal disc encodes the tune to be played by the music box.
You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a packet of lies. You told me he did. He said it was, well...
He? Who?
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ah...
Well, she's been in before, of course. This little tatterdemolation. I see. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank.
The little scamp is wearing it, madam. It's the overcoat she redeemed. Oh.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price.
So this is a new article she's trying to pawn. Hopefully there will be no more sad shows. That was just upsetting to see. Perhaps.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. It's all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man! It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade?
Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Whoa! Who the heck is this? Who are you? Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impotent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Who are you? How'd you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims.
What? You mean like, from you?
Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my! Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you rascal. And needless to say, any music box discs too.
No! You can't have it! You just can't! It's my old man's! Or it was. Now it's mine! Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation.
Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail.
I think that would be best too. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Mr. Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on! Why'd everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one.
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what? Uh-oh. Something's not quite right about this guy.
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course. We'd only need to consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh.
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. And a great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course. It's... Professor.
And he's wearing a top hat. I'm just gonna let that one slide.
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article.
I hate to disappoint you, but it seems you've failed to ensnare the genuine article.
What? How? 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 I am impressed. Wow. I am impressed. Out of all the random choices. Wow. That's impressive. Wow. Alright, on that note, let's move on.
A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank. Just as I explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
Sholmes? The heck? Sholmes, what are you doing? Eh? Anyways, ignoring that.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
I'm sorry. But that pose, I can't. I'm like, what is happening here? What is happening here? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Well, that's not true. That is not true. At all. At all. Nah. I could definitely think of one great detective that has a deep dark secret. I could think of one.
And Sholmes just being himself. No crazy poses this time, surprisingly.
Surprisingly, no crazy poses. But...
Yes, well, anyways, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. A date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how?
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt.
Well... Can't really beat that one, can ya?
Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants lives on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices.
Eh?
What are you on? What are you on?
Huh?
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about?
Yeah, that was my thought. I'm like, what are you on? Excuse me? Eh? Huh?
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Ah, of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. What? No way that's his actual name, please. That's not your actual name. That's not your actual name, is it?
As soon as he said Benedict, the first immediately thoughts of eggs. Called it.
Eggs Benedict, oh my gosh. It is his name! Enchanté. So refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks. But that name is suspicious. Thank you! Thank you, Ryunosuke! Thank you! What? Oh no! How do they... Capcom, how do you come up with these punny names? How do you come up with these punny names, I swear? Now, to the matter at hand. What? My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. What is with these poses?
Ryunosuke, that name is Zeus.
You mean sus, Ash? Oh. Every move he makes, every breath he takes. Can't stand watching him. I don't blame you. So, had that be an end to it, matter? And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir. Those eyes, man. It's the eyes that get me. I'm like, why are you looking up like that? With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks it makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, Brooker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one. Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Tis alright. I know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute! That disc is mine!
Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? Uh-oh! You've drawn blood, you filthy animal!
Oh my! Yes! There's blood on the disc!
It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them.
I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it.
Me?
If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars!
What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Wait a minute, hold on. I have an idea. Don't tell me. Is he still over there? He is! Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Do we got a logic and deduction on our hands? I think we do.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see.
Whoa! Oh no. Holmes. Holmes. Uh-oh.
So, found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Brutally ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me.
Buddy!
So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely.
Okay, buddy. Personal space.
Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. Really were sad, weren't you?
Poor Mr. Sholmes. I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again.
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. Oh, I was right! But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here?
Well, let's listen to the deduction.
Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later.
Whoa! Wait a... He fell to the floor again! That little whee to the floor. Oh gosh. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate, with intention to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg.
Now we're making egg puns? It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Here we go. It's deduction time. Mystery Man's Aim.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today.
Hey, in the words of Sonic, let's do it to a T.
He did.
You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different.
Oh!
As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer.
Eh?
The piece of paper in your hands is a staff wanted advertisement for this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would you realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwillingly clutch to your person, exhibits a incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motivation for coming here was to take employment at the establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. With a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
I'm not sure about that, Sholmes. Topic 2. Great crime.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime which you have been planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you suppose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Oh! Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor.
He did have some good points, though.
The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
Nope.
This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, and it runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in the very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this ludicrous scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us what we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of the road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you've been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault in the bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information. You keep it under your hat, please.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact.
Ah, and if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal.
But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. On my life, I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be too sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure.
Yes. Let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape.
Okay.
Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning. Sherlock Holmes is magnificent, logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Here we go.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place? The staff recruitment flyer.
Huh?
So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor.
Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault at the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he?
No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did Mr. Benedict here at this particular... What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time?
Hold on. There's some scribbled writing here. Oh! Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here.
I don't believe it!
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged.
It's a detailed
Description of Miss Lestrade.
goodness!
There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th April.
Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Ah.
Hold on, I didn't mean to do that again. Suspicious writing on the back of a suspicious flyer in the hands of a suspicious gentleman.
I didn't think there was anything suspicious about the flyer, Mr. Naruhodo. But yes, Miss Lestrade's name and height, and a description of the clothes she's wearing.
Not to mention the sketch of her likeness, which I'm fairly sure she wouldn't take lightly. And today's date, too. Redemption deadline, the 15th of April.
We can't let this go, can we? It's far too suspicious. There we go.
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. Ah! You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today. By which I mean, here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young lady matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch upon your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule?
It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement?
Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know.
What about the initializing?
Look here, Miss Susato. There were some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names.
So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean?
That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh.
AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
I don't think that this cane belongs to you, sir. I don't think that this cane belongs to you, sir.
Take that!
I don't think that this cane belongs to you.
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initializing. A most astute observation, would you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in the most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it at the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. Oh! You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself.
Shoshomaru, welcome in.
Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. This Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what do we need to do here? To somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him.
Oh! Hello? Something ain't right.
Take that!
There's a split seam. The coat just ripped.
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ah! Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah! This catalogue of untruths has been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. Ah! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed.
Ah. Well,
This is gonna change. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to some fill some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in a proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? Nisibar! Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter.
Nope. That would be the ledger! The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think.
Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting.
I mean, that is another Sherlock Holmes story.
To a degree. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword.
Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article.
Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow?
What's this?
Look at this, Miss Susato.
Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself.
Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must take note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And in alarmingly clear script as well.
Oh dear. I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Well, that's interesting to know. How about this notelet? You found out the password that way, buddy.
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question.
Let's not forget about Sholmes' out being an almost exact copy to Sherlock Holmes. Then again, Detective Conan is sometimes shown to be wearing Sherlock Holmes, and Shinichi is a detective freak, as Ron puts it. Well, that is like that is the style. Like the Sherlock Holmes style, as it has been dubbed.
I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Mrs. Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box discs that was in one of the pockets.
Which, according to Mr. Winterbank, isn't even worth a penny.
And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why?
I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, here we go. Could we really? I'd better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far.
Well... well... Bum. I think that we only have one piece of evidence to present, don't you? We only have one piece of evidence to present.
Take that!
Oh, really? What precisely was your intent?
Apparently I needed to examine that.
Hold on.
Let's try that again. Try that again. Apparently we do need to examine this first. Let's try that again. This is the last piece.
Alright, hold on.
Let's examine it.
Look at all these little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny.
Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood.
Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict.
When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger.
Ouch. Just thinking about it hurts. It puts me off eating radish.
Oh, hold on! There's something here. Now that's a familiar name. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look! And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded.
McGilded? It couldn't be.
But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name on this?
Alright, updated.
It was only a matter of time when McGilded's name would come up again.
Apparently so.
Take that!
This time we got it.
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, For McGilded. Ah! Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Only for a little bit. We're only 10 minutes over.
The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, through his loan-mongering, demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Ugh! Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Ah!
Mystery solved.
But why? Why?
Deduction complete.
Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Miss Usato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th of February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests...
Yes, the 15th of February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
So we're going back to case 3! Uh-oh.
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Ah! I must insist you hand over the music box discs now.
Gun! In the face!
It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. Ah! What do I do?
Absolutely not!
There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not.
Ah! And there's another gun!
Mr. Windibank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no! All right, that's enough.
Gregson! Oh! Thank you for coming in at the right time.
Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now what's this all about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life and very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I could tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with your lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle a beat, officer, too! Sir! There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops round here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very much worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't! Don't give give it to him! It's mine, Daddy! It's mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. Capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
Ugh.
Alright. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street.
Alright, and to be continued! Perfect.
But I wonder why Gina kept insisting it was hers.
Alright. Let's save.
The cops arrived preciously right when they needed to.
You mean precisely? I think precisely was the word. Anyways, we'll figure that out next time. What a day, what a day. Phew. That was quite a lot. Today was certainly eventful. Alrighty. We did indeed, Migrok, we did. Alrighty though. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, to today's stream. What a full stream today. Alright, let's go ahead and find somebody to raid today before we head off. Let's see who is live today. Let's see. Ooh! Teddy is live. Teddy doing? Teddy is playing some Palia today. In a little bit since we've gotten to raid her. Let's go ahead and head over that way today. And filled with interesting things. A crime revealed to be tragic accident, hearing of a familiar fellow, and going back to an unsolved mystery. What exactly is going on here? Indeed. Alright. Let's head on over to raid our friend Mellow Teddy today. If you're headed over to the raid, which you please should to support our friend Mellow Teddy, please type Shadeslayer raid in the chat once we get over there so that Teddy knows we are there to support her. Also, if you are headed over, be sure to follow all of her rules as you would mine. And once again, as always, have fun. Alrighty, tomorrow there is no stream as I do not stream on Wednesdays. But Thursday, we will be back. Thursday, we will be back and we will be playing more Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Oh boy. That day is going to be a very, very busy day. Because what in the world is happening? Alrighty. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. And I will see you all on Thursday. Bye! Stay sharp, Shadeslayers!